visitors centre in that section of the main ring. And for those of you following, Win Club, Class 60 is on page 192 of the catalogue. Hoffwn croesawu i'r beirniad yn ôl ar gyfer eich jam hon, sef Mr Stevens Morgan o Fydda Bwag Ila. A warm welcome back to the ring to our judge for the section C's this year, and that is Mr Stevens Morgan of the Bwag Ila. We had a very busy morning judging young stock classes on Tuesday, and I'm sure we'll have equally busy morning with the seniors today, followed of course by the championships.
Mae fod y dau chi yn ddod ola yn cystadlu yma ar faes y sioe. And we commence our final day's judging here at the Royal Welsh Show 2025, and it's a very busy morning here. We have, for the first time, we have 4 classes in the week. We start with 2 rings, then 3, and obviously every Thursday after show we have 4 rings running here in the main ring. So as you gather, section C is by the member centre, the B's then following through the papret is commencing right in front of the commentary box. And in the currently empty ring, we will have the Shires commencing at 9 o'clock. Felly dyna drefn y dydd, ond ydyn ni nifer o sefydwyr yn ymwneud drwy'r cynllun yma, yn ymwneud trwy'r hanryd, the papret is Eilis Lloyd. Taking you through the section B's here this morning, will be Ethan Morgan. And the non-Williams will be taking through the section C's. Section Davis at 9 o'clock will also be ensuring that you're kept up to speed with the Shire classes. Felly, mwynhewch eich diwrnod, mae'r rhai yn y gwenyn, the sun is out hardly all day and temperature rising as we go on. Felly, mwynhewch diwrnod ola yn sioe, please enjoy the last day of the Royal Welsh Show 2025, and it's proving to be a very good one.
Yn fod y da chi, a croeso i'r dosbarthiadau Canfryd Cymreig yn y bore yma yn y Prif Gylch. A fel oedd Nicolas sôn eisoes, mae'n nhw fan hyn o flaen y tŵr sylwedu. Good morning to you and welcome to the Welsh Parkbread classes here this morning, which are in front of the commentary box here you can see in the middle. So we've got the first class in, which is class 116. And that is the Cold Video Gallery 1-year-old calculated at maturity not to exceed 148 centimetres. And as the first class is commencing now, we'd like to welcome into the ring our judge for this morning, Miss Arianne Williams from Anglesey. So croeso i chi, croeso i'r Prif Gylch bore yma. Mae'r hael yn tywynnu arno chi, so felly mwynhewch a chewch cysyniad yma bore yma yn yr adran am bryd.
Wel, bore da iawn i chi gyd. Ac yn nghanol y Prif Gylch o flaen y bocs brenhinol bore yma, rydyn ni'n parhau gyda beirniadu yr adran B. Ddoi yn ystod ifanc draw o'r ochr canolfan yr aelodau heddiw. Fe fydd y beirniad Megan Lewis yn beirniadu y ceffylau hun. So good morning to you all, and in the middle of the main ring, at the moment in front of the Royal Box, we have the judging of the Section Bs. Our judge today, Miss Megan Lewis, Fruit Vale, Carmarthenshire, started off with the X-Stock classes on the members' centre side of the main ring yesterday morning, and she's continuing her work this morning with the senior classes of the Section Bs. And by the end of the morning, hopefully, we will have the full set of results and the champion in the Section Bs. So the class at the moment, in front of the judges, class number 40, the Baron Mare of Gelding, 4 years old, all over. There are 18 forwards in this class. And this class is sponsored by Mr. Aaron Morgans, in memory of his late wife, Mrs. Glenda Morgans.
And in the Welsh Park Reds, class 116, got our first results of the morning. And in first place for the Hopefully of Gardiner Road, we have 1308, Liz Hampson with Trinidad Celtic Lady. In second place, 1305, Espert with Highmead Picador. In third place, 1307, Matthew and Adrian Everett and Chapman, Salter, Celtic Iron. And in fourth place, 1314, Debbie Spring, Ryan Chelsea Gardens. And in fifth place, 1313, Shirley Roberts with Royal View, Hot Gossip. So dwi'n gwybod gan ei nawr i chi, ac symudwn ni ymlaen i'r dosbarth nesaf yn Hamlet. We now move on to the following class, so class 117 in the Welsh Park Reds, which is called the 1-year-old maturity.
1-year-old, which are 114 meters. Let's come forward, please. All exhibitors, class 117. Class 117, any exhibitors, please?
And as we wait for the class 117 to come in the Welsh Park Reds, I would like to introduce our judge here this morning in the section, Adrian Williams from Anglesey. Adrian is originally from Llanrwst, but now based on Anglesey. And when Adrian was born, her mother felt she should buy her a pony. So when about 4 or 5 months old, she was bought a Palomino, section A, and he was called Prince Gold. And according to Adrian, she said, we travelled the country with him. And I first won the Royal Welsh Show with him when I was 10. So a big record here of coming here to the Royal Welsh Show on a regular basis, I can see. And we won the Palominos when they were in the main ring. Then Adrian moved on to a show pony called Springcroft Black Magic, who was 13 hands, and he was the first Welsh Park Red that she had. Then the family began breeding. So Adrian's experience of judging is extensive. She has judged the Welsh A's, the B's and Park Red,
Class 117, in the Welsh Park Reds, 117.
Society panel. And she has formally judged the Park Reds and
117, anyone exhibitors, please?
after the Royal Welsh Show. So here we are, an experienced person to be here at the Royal Welsh Show as a competitor and as a judge. So pob hwyl I chi bore yma, wrth gyfnodi'r rhanbryd yma, felly dyma ni nawr yn gweld y dosbarth a'r dosbarth yn rhanbryd.
Wel, os mae nawr yn cyrraedd ni, bod y da iawn a chroeso i sioe frenhinol 2025. Ac o flaen y bocs brenhinol, ni'n cael beirniadu dosbarth 40 yn yr adran B, yn cysig neu adferch 4 mlwydd oed a throsod. Ac yn beirniadu heddiw mae'n snegar lewis o ddydfa Cwrt y Cadno. If it's now that you're joining us, a very good morning to you all and welcome to the 2025 Royal Welsh Show. Here in the main ring, in front of the Royal Box, we have the judging of the Section B's, and our judge this year is Miss Megan Lewis of the Cwrt y Cadno Stunt. Miss Lewis spent most of her childhood in Malaya, which is now Malaysia, before returning to secondary school in London. After university, she taught for about 10 years as head of geography at a girls' school in Knightsbridge, before moving back to Wales with her husband to raise sheep, ponies and children. Her interest in the pony started when the family returned from living in the Far East in the 1960s, where she learned to ride bareback on her uncle Diving Tags grey shepherding pony. Then in 1963, her father bought her first pony from her Llanelydda Singh, an unregistered bay Thelwell pony, who regularly dumped her. But that mare led a line of very useful ponies for Miss Lewis to ride later on in life. She first became a member of society in 1964 when she was at school, living in London but still holidaying in Wales. And at that time, her interest was in fact in the Welsh Cops. From there then, her love started in endurance riding, where she rode over the Welsh hills for many, many years, and that made her take a permanent move to Wales in 1987. Her interest in Arabians and their pathbreds originated, and in the 1990s she won several races, including the 80-mile race on Arabian Stallion Silver Mint for the Welsh team of the 1993 Home International, and was then selected for the British Intermediate team in 1995. She also won the William Hill Man vs Horse Marathon in 1997 on an Arabian mare Silver Sea Gem, and came second then on 2 other occasions on Silver Mint. She then took what she called the long horse ride, which she went around the world on the back of a horse. This was carried out in 3-month sections during spring and autumn, and that was due to visa and climate restrictions, commitments at home, and time needed for logistical planning. Altogether, this ride was around 14,000 miles, and the actual riding time was around 2.5 years. The initial ride was from Beijing to London between the 2008 and 2012 Olympics, and that was after 2 years of planning. And she crossed through 9 countries, including China, Kazakhstan, Russia, Ukraine, Hungary, Austria, Germany, and France. In China, she rode from one end of the Great Wall to the other and across the Gobi Desert. In July 2008, she finished with the King's Troop escort to their barracks in Greenwich. From there, she rode back to Wales, then the following year across to Ireland. As if that wasn't enough, she then decided to carry on across North America. And during that time, she rode unsupported, sometimes with a pack horse, apart from the desert section in Utah and Nevada. It may surprise people that her interest in Section B's didn't start until 1987, when she went to the Fair Oaks sale with Mr. Christopher Jones and set her eyes on the beautiful young grey mare Talhia Eirlis, passed by Neville Houghton's Chipville out of Custard, Antasia. She'd gone with no intention of buying anything, but there was a pony that was full of Welsh character that she felt so many Welsh ponies lacked. She then bought this mare for just over £500. She was lightly shown, but a successful show career culminated in 1994 at the age of 15 in becoming female champion and reserve champion Section B at the Royal Welsh Show. The second foal she bred from her was Cwrdd Cadnog and Bridog by Sadnau Reolwr, who was overall Supreme Champion on the show at the Royal Welsh in 1996, and sire of the 2004 overall Supreme Champion, Midfield Songthrush. Ms. Lewis had planned to put her to different top-class stallions to breed quality females on which to base the stud, but she continued to produce mainly colts. As a result of this, she gifted the colt Cwrdd Cadnog Cymro to her friend Robert Jones on condition that he remain as a stud stallion, and bought in the successful show mare Thornbury Royal Gem, who was the Royal Welsh female champion, for him to cover. This cross went well, and she produced 4 lovely fillips by him, including Cwrdd Cadnog, Glai, Colomben and Perle, the latter being Royal Welsh champion in 2013. Colomben was reserve champion for Royal England as a yearling before being retired due to an injury. Since finishing her big ride in 2014, she's been able to start breeding again, and the stud currently runs around 80 brood mares, which include daughters of Blaen and Perle by Eaf Bojast. Other mares are running with the exciting young colt Cwrdd Cadnog Prydderch, who was best colt at Garres and reserve champion at Ceredigion in 2024. Dyna ni felly hanes y beirniad heddiw Ys Megan Lewis o Brydfa Cwrdd Cadnog. Wedi'n rhoi bywyd I fyd y ceffylau, ac wrth gwrs dwi'n siŵr mai o'r uchafbwyntyn I hi yw bod yma bron y holl ddyrlod heddiw yn beirniadu. Felly croeso bydd sydd I hi, a dwi'n gobeithio y ceithi ddiwrnod wrth ei bod. So there we have the history of Miss Megan Lewis, our judge in the Section Bs today, who's devoted her life to Welsh ponies and horses in general, and I'm sure that today is another highlight amongst her career with horses. And we hope that she enjoys with us here today at the Royal Welsh Show, judging the Section Bs.
And in class 117 of the Welsh Park Reds, in first place we have 1316, Eileen Gainon with Hatterhall Countryman. In second place, 1317, Natasha Ham with Kenta Gone Away. Third place, 1315, Richard and Jean Evans, Ystwyth Tiger Rose. Fourth place, 1320, Sophie Wilcock, Buenos Maximus. And in fifth place is 1319, Rebecca Robson, with Beck's Way, I Am Maximus.
Oh, he's just watching. Like it's Matt and one. Matt's on one, yeah. Oh yeah, fine time.
A dyma ni felly canlyniad cyntaf bore yn yr adran AC. So we have results in first class of the morning in the section C's. And it's a pleasure to welcome Nigel Flanagan from Loxley Solicitors, our sponsor for this section, to the ring to present the awards. Gyda diolch iddyn nhw am nodi yr adran hon. Ac felly dyma'r canlyniadau. Here are the results in the Baromere 4 to 7 years old. So, in first, we have number 696. And this is the class family with white belly pom-pom. And do give her a round of applause as she makes her way across the front of the grandstand. So, first prize, number 696, white belly pom-pom. In second, 693. And this is Ben Orchard with Stanley Miss Florence. Followed in third by 691. David Newson's Chevalier Witchcraft. Yn y bydwanedd safle in fourth, 702. And this is B.W. Watson with Delian Broadway. In fifth, we have 692, David Newson's Savoy Welsh Model. And in sixth, we have 685, Moelwyn Yasmin, property of Gordon Campbell. Felly, mae gyda chi adran mawr i'r deilyn pasg ar ennill dosbarth cyntaf gorau yn yr adran ac. Dosbarth ar gyfer cysig gwag neu adfeich 4 i 7 oed. Wain felin pom-pom yn mynd ar offer gyntaf yn y dosbarth gan y beirniad Mr Stewart Morgan y bore yma.
Blue sauce in the day. Dyna ni, diolch yn fawr.
Bore da, a very good morning to you on this sunny Thursday Royal Welsh morning. As you can see, down the out to the end of the
main ring now, we commence our Shire and heavy horse classes. Felly, rydym newydd dechrau ac y ffilai gwedd a trwm yn y clwgyrch yma ar fôr y heilog fôr y dydd iawn y sioe. Felly, rydym yn dechrau gyda un o nifer o dosbarthiad bore yma, sef dosbarth 296. We start this morning with the first of many Shire classes here this morning on class 296. And that is, as you can see, the horse in harness, looking for the neatest and cleanest. 3 entries there in front of you in all their glory. As you can imagine, a lot of hard work goes into preparing, cleaning and dressing these horses early this morning. Hoffwn i ddiolch i'n beiriad y bore yma sy'n ymuno ni. I'd like to take the opportunity now to thank our judges who have joined us in the Shire section here this morning. We have Mr Jason Holder of Colgrove from Gloucestershire and Mr David Coffin of Overseeing Derbyshire. So a big Royal Welsh welcome to you here this morning. We hope that you enjoy what we have in front of you today.
I will then select
Yeah, it'll be about 5 minutes there and back. On my way. Okay, it was a bit quicker than I thought to reframe.
And in the first class of the day for the section B's, who are situated in front of the Royal Box this morning, we have our first results. And the winner of class 40, the Bannerbearer held in 4 years old or over, is number 490, Fiona Ledford with Thornbury Aperitif. In second is number 496, Julie Russell with Pimwell Princess Charlotte. In third is number 484, Norman and Georgia Fairbank with Paddock Down. In fourth is number 497, Stuart White with Pidlad Sarah Discline. In fifth is number 492, Chloe O'Hara with Daniel Ballerina. And in sixth is number 485, A&G Port with Paddock Chipper. A dyn croesawu'r cylch i gyflwyno cyfarau nodwr yr ysgol hwn sef Mr Arwyn Morgans a cof annibynnau Gwraig, Mrs Glenda Morgans. So a warm welcome and thank you to Mr Arwyn Morgans for sponsoring this class in memory of his late wife, Mrs Glenda Morgans. Byddwn ni felly canlyniadau dosbarth 40 yn cysig syth neu ardech 5 mlwydd oed yn gosod yn yr adran bu. Yn gyntaf, Fiona Ledington gyda Thornbury a Penteith, Air Julie Russell gyda Bryn Gwennol Princess Charlotte, ac yn drydydd Norman and Joseph Perbank gyda Paddock a Del. There we are then, showing appreciation in the Section B ring for the winner of class number 14, the Ballinello Gelding, Fiona Ledington with Thornbury and Penteith, followed by Julie Russell, Bryn Gwennol, Princess Charlotte, Paddock Adele, Prydlad Sarah Disglair, Danod Ballerina, and Paddock Chipper.
Felly, os ydych chi'n newid ymuno â ni i wylio cystadlu ger canolfan yr Ilda, yn yr Afanach, yn bellach a ail dosbarth y bore, sef y dosbarth ar gyfer Iesu Gwar neu Adwych 8 oed achosol. So if you have just joined us to watch the classes by the Member Centre of the main ring. We're on the second class of the morning in section B, which is class 61, the Baron Mayor of Gelding, 8 years old and over. And judging the Welsh section C this year, we have Mr Stuart Morgan of the Blaenau Stud. Mr Morgan lives on the Gower Peninsula with his wife Claire, daughter Ellie and son Iwan. The stud consists of 4 Section C mares, a couple of Section A mares, and a cob mare. The Welsh cob mare at the stud, or the Royal Welsh as a 3-year-old. But the stud mainly focuses on breeding the Welsh Section Cs. Mr Morgan is no stranger to the main ring here at the Royal Welsh Show and has been a strong supporter of the show over many years, exhibiting in the Welsh Section A, the C and the Grade B. He was champion handler here at the show back in 1994, showing the Welsh cob mare Osborne Roulette in the Stirling Jones of the Tony Valley Stud. They have had numerous successes shown here at the show, including Their Section 8 Billy Blankula chapter being awarded the Youngstock Champion and Reserve Female Champion here in 2010. And her daughter, Blankula Candy Floss, won the Royal Welsh as a 4 and as a 2-year-old. The third Section C side, Blankula Bobhedo, won the Royal Welsh Sire ratings twice. And their successes here at the show also been replicated elsewhere. And 3 of the ponies that they have bred have qualified for the Horse of the Year show, including Claire, Stewart's wife, qualifying Blankula Island twice. And Blankula Louis' son, Todri, won the points ribbon in 2023. Mr. Morgan has been on the Welsh Peacock panel for approximately 15 years and has enjoyed judging in a number of prestigious shows, including at Londoners, the Winter Fair, and in Australia. So a very warm welcome to you back to the ring this morning to judge the senior classes in the Section C, and of course we will also then have the championships for the section to follow. Croeso cynnes i beirniad ar gyfer yr adran eleni, sef Mr Stewart Morgan o Gwyl. Mae Brydfa Blankula yn myfyrus i nifer honno, yn Brydfa canolbwyntio ar y bagu adran ac, ond hefyd yn cadw gwbl o gestig adran a un hobby Cymreig. Yn wyneb cyfarwydd i'r prif gylch yma y sioe, mae Mr Morgan yn gefnogwr brwd o'r sioe wedi bod yn arddangos ac wedi cael llwyddiannau yn yr adrannau A, Ec a D dros y blynyddoedd. Felly croeso cynnes i chi i feirniadu'r adran hon y bore yma.
And the results are in for Class 296, our first of the Shire and Heavy Horse section this morning. Felly mae'r caniadau fewn yn dosbarth 296 yn y ceffylau gwedd a'r Siôn y dosbarth cyntaf yna y bore yma. Felly, Horse in Harness, Leaders and Cleaners, goes to 2147. Cyntaf i 2147, which is Frederick Robinson Limited with Chen the Wyddfa Challenger, and that's been led by Philippines there this morning. Alright, Sadler, the second place goes to 2146, which is Heather Robertson with Cattle Duck. We also have in the ring currently Class 297, just off 297 hefyd yn y gylch ar hyn o bryd. This is the Horse in Harness Best Decorated, and our congratulations goes to 2149 there, John Goodwin with Oakley Statesman taking the prize there for the Horse in Harness Best Decorated. Please do give them a cheer and a round of applause as they take their lap of honour around the end of the main ring there. Nice and close to you alongside the barrier. Please have a really good look at the most spectacular harness that's been cleaned and polished. These horses were up early with the roads this morning being dressed, and it really is a sight to see up close. Symudwn ymlaen yn nesaf, dosbarth 298, we will move on shortly in the Shire and Heavy Horse section to Class 298. our stallions 2 years old or over. As we work our way through the Shire Honey Horse section this morning, currently we have the Best Shot Shire competition taking place. And next we welcome our judge, Mr. Nigel Brown, of Great Turbia Longmorshire, who is in the ring with us all morning to judge that. Felly, this is it, with wedi doi orau yn cael eu cynnwys yn ystod y gol yma gyda wahanol dosbarthiadau ac mae yna beiriad wahan i hwnna sydd Mr Nigel Brown o Brynstyrion Longmorshire. Croeso mawr iddo fe i'r cylch y bore yma. naw wyth newydd cael y rosette cyntaf sy'n mynd i 2150. Number 2150 gets the prize there for the stallion 2-year-old or over. Claire Bodsworth with Villa Fields Jack. Sy'n mawr I chi. There we go, do give them a round of applause as she takes the lap of honour there around the main ring. Love to see that magnificent horse there taking a quick trot around the ring. Special 299 also placed there for the best stallion. From Gaganau, please. So we're ymlaen nesaf I dosbarth 300. And we're swiftly on now to class 300, hopefully all Elgin Yearling with the Shire and the horse section. judgment takes place of Class 300 in the Shire Heavy Horse Action, Trafod and Billion with the Municipal Chief Count, and looking for that really make sure that's the Court Video Gavin Lillian. I'd like to introduce our judge, who's visiting us today, Mr. Jason Holder of Cora Grove Farm in Gloucestershire. Jason Beach Shires himself and his father and family were co-managers in Gloucester and purchased the first Shires when Jason was involved in the trade. This was Jason's introduction to Shires. A very successful start with multiple national champions and points competitions in Van and Rugby. And the champion at Royal Welsh last year in Van. He is president of the South Wales Shire Horse Society and has judged extensively all over the world from France to Australia. Jason is on the Shire Horse Society Council and is a senior standing inspector for this year. He has his own unusual grace standing horse keeper with Ross. He was the first Shire breeder to use harvesting and the Doberman mare. What's Jason looking for today then in his Shires? Well, the sound animal is true to breed type and is of a quality sound. And whether in his eyes he's able to move well and to use his hops. As we trust your married to Mr. Jason Holder, gobeithio ni ti'n mwynhau y bore sydd yn mynd. Offro'n cyfnod y cyfle i ddiolch yn offer, jyst bod chi wrthwyl y gwedd atrom, sef Gwyn Cymru. Ac roedd o'n Mrs. Evans yn yr ysgyrfa ac yn y gwrthwyneb o'r Western. Mae Gwyn Cymru'n bach iawn o fi eisiau lenni. Bydd ni'n gwybod llwyddiant i draws i cystadlu wyniadu neu'n ymweld â'r sioe. Wedi mwynhau perthynas hir ac agos gyda'r gymdeithas, gynhyrchu darllediadau byw y sioe, y sioeau ar gyfer ethydol. Gyfalch i ddechreu'r maes ar gyfer y sioe lenni yn mwynhau bwrw a chyffro'r cystadlu safonol iawn sydd wrth i weld yn y sioe. Gwyn Cymru is now sponsored the Royal Welsh Agricultural Show and the show competitors, adjudicators and visitors their success. They have enjoyed a long, fruitful relationship with the society over many years as producers of live content for the show and Winter Fair on behalf of SLC. And we're glad to return to the show ground this year to enjoy the segment of the high stand for competition, which is always to be seen on the show hand. So thank you very much to Boo Henry and Rachel Evans, who has attended the living room here this morning to assist with the handing out of the prizes within our first school Shire classes.
And in section B range, front of drawing box, we have a result in the Broomere class 4 to 7 years old with overflow at foot, which is class number 41, page 185 on our catalogues. And the winner here is number 504, Thomas Jones with Dusty C. Pearl. Second is 501, Matthew Davis with West Serafina. In third is number 502, Fairwood Ponies with Fairwood Eloise. In fourth is 507, J.I. and Joe Parry with AF Adelaide. In fifth is number 503, S. Harris with AF Love June. And sixth goes to 508, Ben Score with AF Yaris. And the next thing is opportunity to thank our sponsor for this class, Mr. Abby Morgan, Sir Poliano, Imador, Elostrator, Mr. Abby Morgan. There we are then, the section period showing appreciation to the winner of class number 41, Robert Jones with Betsy C. Bird. In second, Martin Davis with Western Serafina. Third, Fairwood Eloise. Fourth, Ayat Adelaide. Fifth, Ayat Blue. And sixth, Ayat Yaris. Harlan Elimau, Imau, Oswald. With the same flag, back and that's out there.
And in the Welsh Art Press, class 119, the winning back class is number 1345, the Maestro third with Maestro Lacey. In second place, 1346, Poppy Newitt with Becca Aurora. Third place, 1351, Deshaun Watkins with Talsam Lady Beck. In fourth place, 1348, Hannah Hard with Infield Legacy. Fifth place, 1352, Lucy Wilcox and Ruby Weasley. And in sixth place is 1349, John Thomas with Alex Howler, Brenny Duran Lebanese. And we now go on to the special 1-2 ode to the Royal Welsh Championship Gazette and the Welsh Winning Cup gold medal to the best James Doctor Stewart.
What Canada did there and was such cheap hands, and if you feel like great job, the results are in now for class 300 in the Shire and Heavy Horse section. Hopefully all girls in yearling. And the first place there goes to 2154. Cynta i'n Keith Sgenna, Tyma Lenny, sef Keith Griffith, gyda Shem o Wyfa Aurora. Second place goes to 2155, Erin Safler, Margaret Roberts, with Kaimar Shaky Llwyd. And third place, yn trydydd, Dan i'n Pitri, Will and Katie Darlington, with Lottie Destiny. Special 301, Laura Shepard shows special that they also for the past year.
And in section C, put your hands together for the winner of the senior group class, number 733, Ben Walsh featured with Aberthin Lady in red. And in second we have 739, and this is Jordan Walker with Gregorian Piana. And in the safle in third we have 723, and this is Stephen J. Hill and Sainsbury with Longwing Princess Camilla. And in the safle in fourth, 712. The Underly Learning Bastards with Munkara Kuthi. And the Mensala in fifth, 711. Alan and Arminius with Chloe Supermodel. And the Chweched in sixth, we have 730. Graham Moffat with Pwthmeli Rachel. Felly, rhan rhywbeth yn nawr I enllydd y dosbarth Ystigwanu with Hyn, sef I 733, Ben Orchard gyda Bercythyn Lady in red. Thank you once again to Nigel Flanagan of Lost Resources for coming to the ring to present the awards for this class.
Dosbarth nesaf yn ceffylau Gwynedd a Tron yw dosbarth 302. The current class in the Shire Headwaters is class 302. Video dancing 2-year-olds is what we have in front of you there, down in front of me to the end of the main room. And we also have the Best Shire competition taking place currently throughout the morning. And we're very grateful to our judge, Mr. Michael Brown of the Institute of Munster, for carrying out the inspection of the shoes, including exhibits of the Best Shire and also the Best Styles photograph of the Best Shire. So that judging is taking place throughout the morning, you're going to spend just enough to feet on the software and the those shoes on everything that's of course, looking for the condition of the feet, the lifting and operating position of the shoes, and also the kneeling position of the feet. So nicely below that, at the end of the Shire and heavy horse section. From here, you have three bodies factory. The daily duties to years to be able to recognise what is required to provide successful service. These contracts wholeheartedly and more information.
Well, if you're joining us now, good morning to you all. The section B of the judging is underway now. Class number 42, the Broodmare 8-year-old Aurora Widow Stakes. Well, yesterday, of course, you had the judging of the section A's, B's, and D's here in the main ring. And as usual, we have the sire and dam point scheme. Available for you now in the section A's and the section B's as we got to our championships in those respective sections yesterday afternoon. So these results are to be confirmed, but as it stands, they need to be confirmed by the World Protocol Society, but as it stands, for the section A's, the silent point scheme, the winner this year is Milan Dakota, and the reserve went to Henriette Quinnell. And then the mares in the section A's was Idyllic Julia Beer, and reserve was Idyllic Angel of Music. So for you, section A enthusiasts who are here today, the section A stallion sire points scheme champion was Dakota, and reserve was Henriette Quinnell, and the mare was Idyllic Julia Beer, and reserve was Idyllic Angel of Music. And then the Welsh Cops, the champions this year for the sire was Gwenfran Dillon, Swan Hills Golden Rockets, both Johns, and reserve was Really Nice Kilo. And for the mares then, the champion was Brunico Super Lady, and reserve was Come for a Nice Wow. So let's take this opportunity to thank Sarah and Janice Hardy for their hard work. And they're still at it, sorting the B's and the C's out for today.
And results are in for Class 302 and video counting 2-year-olds in the Shire and Heavy Horse section. Henriette and just 2-0 In Genta, first place goes to 2157. AJ and CJ Cleveland with Shorty Lady Grace, handled by Carrie Cleveland. And second place goes to 2158 to our Saturday, Dan Ethan Oith, Sarah Shackleton Jones with Thierry Lilith, handled by Claire Botsworth. Thank you. So look at it now with me and just grab choose a line. Accident line now is special 303. It's the David Lloyd Perpetual Challenge Cup and Royal Welsh Agricultural Show special event for the best coat-free organising in the yearling and 2-year-old classes. So both of our first place winners and the last 2 classes rejoin us in the Shire and Horse Ring now to battle it out for that special event. And winning the Tawi Class 1 Perpetual Challenge, Children of the Royal Championship executive for the Youngstock Champion and the National Top Medal was number 1323, which was with Denise Cox with Halloween Cortez. Many congratulations to you from Gavin Maurey and all the way from Lancashire, so winning with a filly of Class 118. So that's Denise Cox with 1323. And in the reserve was 1316. From Marlinshire with Catterall Countryman. So thank you for now Ricky and Ennill Akeem Walker and the Raglan family. And as you can see, there are some photographs being taken down there with the officials and dignitaries. And we will wait if In the Shire and Menopause section of the ring, we have our results in for special 303, page 269 for those following the catalogue. This is the Queensland Perpetual Challenge Pack and Royal Welsh Agricultural Show special event for the best coat filly oriented in the yearly and 2-year classes. Felly, from the cadair now, i Rhys Griffith, sef Rhys Gennat, y Shire Lenny. Please do show your appreciation there for our winner Rhys Griffith as he takes his in there in the ring, showing the Shires along with everybody else. I would like to confirm the specials in Youngstown from the Welsh Park Press, and winning the not to exceed 148 centimetres Youngstown reserve was 1323. Portuguese Cox, the Valley Cortez, and taking reserve was 1308. Of Liz Hampson with Trinidad Celtic Lady. And then winning the special 122 was 136, which was Adrian Young, the Capital Countryman. And Liz was 1345, which was with Meisternack Lacey. And then winning the overall Youngstock champion was 1323, which is top family Cortez, and taking the reserve was 1345, which was what I said was 1326, and that was Avery on the Castle Countryman. So many congratulations to all of you, and we now move on to the senior classes of the Welsh Park Press. As you can see down the Shire Henry Horse end of the main ring now, we commence class 304. Men any age with foal at front. Felly just strap 304 yn ni am ni gychwyn yn pen y cyffylau gwedd a Sion prif gerdd yna.
A dyna ni felly yn yr adran B, mae gen i ganlyniad ar gyfer dosbarth 42 o Cysyn Maes i. In the section B's, we have a result of the class number 42. The section B broodmare 8-year-old or over with own foal at foot. And the winner there is number 522, J.I. and Joe Parry with Aya Kira. In second is number 514, J. and A. Carter with Wilfred Chiquita. In third is 516, D.L. Evans with Hillian Dotwell. In fourth is 520, T and AJP London with West Air Valentina. Fifth is 512, MA and CE Bigley with Hannah Flither. And sixth goes to 515, Great Spring Madonna, the property of Nina Davis. So there we are. If you're filling your catalogues, we're on page 185 and 186. 522, 514, 516, 520, 512, and 515. Diolch yn dod nodwr yn ysgwad hwn. Mr Arwyn Morgans. Wedi nodi 3 dosbarth cynta o'r adran byrgol yma. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi am hynny. Dyna ni felly, Cyrch y Merlot Cymreig adran B. Rhowch yn ymwneud, show your appreciation to the winner of the senior broodmare class in the section B's of this year's Royal Welsh, J.I. and Joe Parry with Aya Kira. Followed by Wilfred Chiquita, Hillian Dotwell, West Air Valentina, Hannah Flither, and Great Spring Madonna. Congratulations.
Martin and Axel Dios Rafanek. Mr. Stewart Morgan has made a decision in the junior blue mare class 62 in the Welsh section C, and this is on page 194 of your catalogue. So winning this class today is number 744, and this is Thomas Davis with Ila Shania. In second, an aisle 751, the Lee family's Coswell Countess. And keep your developer in third, we have 743. Please say this with E.D. Nancy. Achanel Badwane Sawle in fourth, 747. Amanda Harris with Tuppy Rockstar. And Bimme Rossendale in fifth, over the page, number 758. Calvert Williams with Nice Tooth Showgirl. After the Chweched Sawle in sixth, we have 748. The Jones family with Brona Miss Harriet. Gyda diolch i'r eto I gyfeithwyr Loxley a Dolly Musbach. Thank you once again to Loxley solicitors for sponsoring the section, and we're very pleased to have Nigel Flanagan and Resource Macy with us today to present the awards. Felly dyma ni. Put your hands together for the winner of the Junior Blue Mare class. Number 744, Ila Shania, property of Thomas Davis. Followed in second by 751, the Lee family's Coswell Countess. After the contest, in third, 743, Keith Davis with E.B. Nancy.
And we have two sets of results here in the Shires and Heavy Horses section. Both the mare and foal being judged there at the same time whilst they're in the ring. So as they take their lap of honour there. Please do show appreciation for the Shire and Heavy horses. In Class 3 and 4, the mare each with foal at foot. We have first place going to 2161. And Cyntaf, the Diamond 15, St Robert Rawlings with Bromford, Meady, Georgia. At Icehampton, second place goes to 2159. David Beardmore with Milnefields, Katie. And Chudley for third place goes to 2160. Peter Davis with Hillmore, Bob's Dream. Siarad Cadau Mawr yna yn dosbarth 2004. Galeri, plîs mi gyda ni canlyniadau dosbarth 205. At the same time, we judge Class 305, which is your total free throw. It's not necessarily points over there in the previous class, but as you can see in front of you, they were together. So, first place there goes to 2162 on Cyntaf. I Diamond 22, sef David Beardmore with Cracky Prince Sander. Icehampton, second place goes to 2164. That's Robert Rawlings with Bromford, Lady Emma. And third place, so Chilling Traveller and Diamond 23, 2163. That's Peter Davis with Home Sunlight and Wilder. Chilling Cadau Mawr i gyd. Cyfyllau gwedd ato, ystyried yn ymlaen nesaf. I dosbarth 306, i Yusuf Leon, Twanets, Shire and Headhorse Class, i Baron Mare 3-year-old o Ulfa. And our correction to the Class 300, Eritrea, i Colfrey Organs in Learning, and Cannon Lade Avenue of the Section Plant. Oedd wrth gwrs yn Cyntaf, of course first we have 2154, which is our very own master, Rhys Griffith, with Chen Wyfa, who also secured the Daedlon Perpetual Challenge Cap and Welsh Agricultural Show set was out, and we're lucky enough in county town here to have David's granddaughter, Inglis Lloyd, who you will have heard throughout the morning on our night speakers here. Felly, diolch yn fawr yna I Inglis sydd gyda ni a ti yn Lloyd. The second place in that class 700 went to 2153 and I, Diamond Country, sef Wales and Kingdom Darlington, with Lockheed Destiny. And the third place, we chose D Diamond Country, 2155. Took the third spot there, that is Margaret Roberts with Tyler Foot. As you see now, diagram now, mae ffyrdd Trom and dod very healthy class here in the Baroness 3-year-old or over. Dosbarth iachus iawn yn yma, yn dosbarth 303, ond nesaf yn ffyrdd Trom.
Second was 527 and we with the Harrier 4, and third was 528 Martin Davis with Kingsford Secret Region. And a big thank you to our sponsor in that class, Kay Egerton & Son. Mark Egerton and Kay Egerton & Son is pleased to be sponsoring the section again this year and wishing all of the best to all of the competitors. There we are, in this section we will show your appreciation to the winner of the Gold class, the Hilliard Four. Second, to the Harrier 4, and third is the Chaseford Secret Agents. So we're now moving on to the class number 44, the section B, the Hilliard 4 class.
Watson, Mary Prince Regent. 5th place, 1362, Anne Holland, Ronald Evangeline. And in 6th place, 1357, Ellen Edwards, Rodney Squirrel. And the next class will win, will be Rush Conference, will be class 1, 2, 4, which is Rodney O'Gallagher, 4 years old, under Mae'r Ryddeithnas y Sioe Frenhinol yn ffodus iawn o nofwyr, nifer o nofwyr gyda ni yma yn y Sioe Frenhinol yn blynyddoedd. Ac rydym ni'n falch iawn yn yr adran yn y Canfydd Lleill Cymreig bod norwr eleni Youth Energy. Youth Energy has a mission to create renewable energy projects that deliver a healthier Wales through the biggest business investment in the rural economy in a generation. Mawr yw'n diolch ni, we are very grateful for Youth Energy for sponsoring these classes of the Welsh Conference here this morning at the Royal Welsh Show. 1375, Rebecca Lamb, Tana Swansong 2. Third place, 1376, Glenys Owen, Aberdeenai Raymond William. Fourth place, 1377, Amber Price, Crystal Conso. In fifth place, 1374, Amanda Jones, Land and Ease Endless Sensation. Here, Joseph Batista, Cambry, Joseph Ingrante, Cassie Party. We now move on to the next class in the Welsh Markers, which is class 125, page 219 in the catalogues, and the group name class 4 years old or older.
And as well as you're in the past few stints in the Shires and Heavy Horses, mae canlyniadau fewn I dosbarth 306 yn Cylai Gwyd ar tro. Byd yn nhw yna, byd nhw adau y brif o'r yna. Dosbarth iachus iawn, very happy class in our Baron Mayor's Heroes Room. An absolute delight to see them all in all their glory here in the main ring on Thursday, last morning. Felly, canlyniadau, the results are as follows. Linda, first place, goes to 2172. Jack Kitchen with Rosemore Florence. Second place, Sarai Sabler and Linda Eathwaite 2165. David Beardmore with Stoney Lilibet. Third place, 2180 and Trydydd 2180 Jan Verhoeven with Robin Hood Stables Friendly Sarah. Fourth place goes to 2167 and Pedwerydd 2167 Marcus Corwood with Marfarm Fitcheck. Fifth place goes to 2174 Clement 2174 C&J Markwyn with Lockley Victoria. And sixth place 2175 Crackhead 2175 Robert Rawlings Bromford Lady Isabel. So we move on now to special 307, page 270 in the catalogues. This is the Shire Society Silver Spoon and Rosette for the best mare or filly. And we invite all the winners of our previous classes there into the ring.
There we are then in the section B ring with a round of applause to the winner there of the Billy Forward class in the 543. T and AJP London Women's 34. The second was 541 Robert Jones with Buxley Golden Pearl. In third, 535 Jonathan Button with a Biggie Guy phone. In fourth, 537 Nina Davis with a Bailey Guy phone. And sixth was 526 MASCE Biggie with a Cadillac phone. And sponsoring that class was Kay Egerton and Sons, and they are both pleased to be sponsoring this section again this year and wishing the best to all of the competitors. So we now move on to the Robert Wood Municipal Trophy, which is for the champion foal, whether both will come back and compete against the filly to be crowned champion foal.
And in the class 125, in blue today, and we are counted. In first place is 1379, which is in the Catholic Lane. In second place, 1382, Vincent Thomas, Mount Pleasant, China Law. Third place, 1380, David Roberts, Radcliffe, Ladybird. Fourth place, 1381, John Thomas, the Flash Lady, She Lady. And the next class is going to be the Photo Beautiful class 126.
Welcome Liz Mansfield into the ring here today to present this very special award. And it goes to the Billy Fold, number 543 T and AJP London with the Links Billy Fold. And reserve goes to 529 DL Evans Billy Fold. I ffordd mae'r gael mawr I enillydd. Cwpan yn ofyn bod yn sicr, a brad gweld Liz Mansfield yna I gyflwyno cwpan.
Put the cover in.
rhestr yn ystadlu ar gyfer Prif Bencampwriaeth Benrowan. Wedi rhagbwyntiau ar gyfer Benrowan o'r adran B. Pan fydden nhw'n cystadlu am fedalau'r Cymdeithas yn Ymweld a Chobriau Cymreig.
Dyma ni felly ganlyniad yn y dosbarth pwysig 1 yr adran F. And so, we judge Mrs. Steele-Morgan in the section C as counter decision in the senior blue class. Llongyfarchiadau mawr I enillydd yn y dosbarth hwn yn 766. Winning this class number 766. Bob Rosted with Canada Welsh Lady, and a pleasure to welcome Nigel Flanagan back to the ring from Oxley Solicitors to present the award. Felly anything dosbarth I 766 Canada Welsh Lady o eiddo Gwynfa Mynebog. Yn yr ail safle in second we have 774 Fenny Luke with Cwmnir Mary Lou. Yn drydydd, in third, 765, Gwyncoch Studs, Gwyncoch Mali. Yn y diwedd safle, in fourth, 771, the Lee family with Abergavenny Glamour Cats. Yn bumed, fifth, we have 776, Menai Stud with Menai Curiosa. Ac yn chweched, in sixth, we have 763. Kerry Bell with Dinseio Red Hot Gossip.
And the class went to 6 on the Welsh Congress. The first place in fourth class was number 1388 was Lucy Thomas with Mount Pleasant. In second place, 1384, Richard and Jean Evans, Ysbryd Mary Heath. Third place, 1387, A. Roberts with Bradford Ragnar. And in fourth place, 1387, John Thomas, Harry Fowler, Maria. And we will now move on to the final individual classes for the conference, the starting class of class 1 to 7.
And then resulting class 308 in the Shire and Penny Horses and of the rain. Can I ask you there was Spreadsheet 08 and if you like with action. And firstly, Kenta, first place goes to 2181. Hugh Ramsey with Lantith Glacia. The right side, Wyndai Wyndai, second place. 2182, Heather Robertson with Cattle Digest. In third place, 2183, and Chutney, Dai Oichi, Frederick Robson Limited with Chen Wyfa Challenger. Yn cadw'r mawr, yn ddigwydd yna yn ysgol hwnnw. Hoffwn ni ddiolch yn fawr i'r nofol, Mr Barry Jones, sydd wedi bod yn rhan gyda ni trwy'r y bore yma. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsor, Mr Barry W Jones, who has joined us in the main ring in the Derby Valley and then made piano painting from 1965 to the Royal National Theatre. To view the Shire castles over a period of 50 years. So a special memory there for the Jones family.
Felly, yn y cwrs Hywel y Roda, bydd yn barod sy'n ymlaen at gwobr arbennig 60 ar gyfer y gastell parti olau. So in the meantime, Members Centre, we are now heading towards a special 64, which is the Paddock Dawn Annual Award. Might be given by Mrs. Essay, installed for the best room mayor. So we welcome back the junior room mayor to join the senior to compete for special 64, the Paddock Dawn Annual Award. A dyma ni felly cipio bod yn arbennig 64 eleni ar gyfer y gasedd fathi orau neu enillydd y dosbarth y syth hir. So taking a special 64, the Paddock Dawn Annual Award for the Best Broodmare, kindly given by Mrs. S.A. Hutchinson. In the section C is the winner of the Senior Broodmare class. Congratulations mawr iawn I gyfrifoldeb Ebog gyda Llanidan Welsh Lady. And so winning this award is number 766, for Ebog served with Llanidan Welsh Lady. And in reserve we have the second prize Senior Broodmare. And this is number 774, Freddie Luke with Copier Mary Blue.
And in the section B's, winning the female championship at this year's Royal Welsh Show is number 441. J.I. and Joe Parry with Ayat Atlanta. And reserve goes to 490. Fiona Medford with Thornbury Aperitif. Dyna ni gallu gweithio yn yr adrapa. I canpwynt cystadlu yn y waith heddiw a ddoi. Yn ddigon yn ei brif yn ennill meddai yn Cymdeithas y Merlod a Chopiau Cymreig. Mae'n y boles dwyflwydd o iddo J.I. a Joe Parry Euad Atlanta. East Campwell. Ydy'r gaseg sydd yn ddangosfath bore yma o iddo Fiona Medford sef Thornbury Aperitif. There we are, showing your appreciation for the Section B female champion winning the Welsh Pony Cross Society gold medal, the 2-year-old filly, Ayat Atlanta. And reserve the Baroness Thornbury Aperitif. Cosmo Carnaval.
And here we see the championship in the Shire and Heavy Horse section. Special 309, Pencampwr, and if you like with Armstrong, newydd fod yn y bwygach ar yma. Felly, Special 309, we have the results in, and our championship goes to 2172. Jack Pitching with Rosemore Florence, and the reserve champion, Elis Pencampwr, mynd i 2-1-6-5, 2165, David Beardmore with Stoney Lilibet. Cyfrifiadau mawr I chi'ch ddau yn y Pencampwr. The winners of Special 309 there also are placed within class Special 310, the Horse of the Year 2025, supported by the Shire Horse Society qualifying class. So that was in first place 2172, Jack Kitchen with Rosemore Forest and Gynta Akenai. In second place 2165, David Beardmore with Stoney Lilibet. Congratulations mawr I chi ar eich llwyddiant yn dosbarth 3-9 ac hefyd 3-2. Huge congratulations to you both. Honours and successes there, especially class 309 and 310. Hoffwn ddiolch I Mr Barry O. Jones am noddi'r dosbarthiad yma. I'd like to take the opportunity to give Mr Barry W. Jones a special thanks for his sponsorship in the special class. It is of course in memory of W. Margaret Jones, PMI's step where W. is passionate about his Shire horses, having worked with them as he grew up in the Derby Valley. And then raised the annual privilege from the 60s onwards to the Royal Showcase and went to build those Shire classes over the years of 40 years. Just about to Barry Octavio and Noddy and Abel mewn gobeithio bod ti wedi mwynhau yn y bwygach yn canol gyda'r byd. Rydych chi'n take the opportunity to show appreciation for these magnificent shires here in the main ring this morning. I'm very happy to display here on this Shire finished and handing the spear down the end of the horse ring. I'd like to see that close and personal.
Felly mae gen i gymeriad y dosbarth i dau saith o'r candidate. Results for the stallion class 127 in the Parkhead. In first place is 1290, Sandy Anderson, Crystal Down, Apple Royale. In second place, 1395, Shirley Roberts, Royal View, Queen's Consort. Third place, 1393, Jane Catherine, the Broadwood Jubilee Diamond. Fourth place, 1391, Richard and Tammy Bird, the Moor Farm Bandsman. Fifth place, 1392, Sue Percy, Valentine Falcon. And sixth place, Leah Roberts, Warborn Valentino. Now that completes our individual classes of the conference. And we now will move on to special World Championship for Best Male or Female. So we'll see now they're coming into it.
Results in class 65 in section C in Courts Hall class. So I'm going to get that here listed. Taking first prize today is number 793, Owen Jones with Nico Remington. Then I Sadler in second, we have 805. And this is Sky Whittle with Kira Orion. And in third, 801. Laura Poor with Baby Mr. Brightside. Pedwerin in fourth, 796. Henry Leeuwenhaag with Shamrock Take It Seriously. And Bimab 795 in fifth. Joseph Lee with Lee Rob Dynamo. And Chris in sixth, we have 798. Cheryl McIntosh with Foster's the Top. Symud ymlaen i rwan yn yr arbenach i'r dosbarth ethology. So we now move on to class 66 in section C, the Philly 4 class.
Following this, we'll go up to the male champion, and the female and male will come against each other to compete for the Coed Coch Perpetual Trophy.
And winning the Junior Championship in the Welsh Conference is 1364. We've got Jonathan and Devin Hughes-Jones and Thomas with Arden Hall Elmslia. So many congratulations to you, Llanfair Cynadau mawr I chi. Ac yn ennill y Green Wobble and winning the Reserve Championship is 1378. Ruth Williams with Miss Mischief. So Llanfair Cynadau mawr I chi hefyd. Ac nawr ni'n symud ymlaen i'r wobr ddigored yn yr adran Panbryd o'r ochr Special 129 am yr
And the results are in for Class 311 in the heavy horse breed Class student Shires, filling their all gelding in the age. We're coming out there now on a scratchy Ellen William Action. So, first place goes to 2203, 9903, and Loretta. That's into Edge with Martin Charles. Grasshopper in Inanna. Second place goes to 2199, John McIntyre with Friesland Miss Ginny. And third place then goes to 2198, and Tristan Diane and Oath, Joe and Jenny Lloyd with Coach Miranda's memory. With the first and round between Adam and any heavy horse breed excluding the Shires of the And winning the special 129 male champion in the Farfret is number 1390, the stallion with Sandy Anderson, Thistledown, Harper, Royale. And congratulations to you from the Bernardo Navarrete. And compared to the key Robert and taking the reserve is 1323. And that is and that is Denise Cox with Alan B. Cortez. Now that we will now be proceeding on to the final championship in the Welsh Park Press, and that is the Rodeo Championship.
And here we have a result in class 66, with 50 falls in the section C. Cynhyrchu mawr i'n enillydd. Winning the 54th class in the section C this year is number 807, the Costello family with Blue Haven sitting in C. Coach Gamadouiethany. Give her a round of applause, the winning film ball as she makes her way across the front of the grandstand. That's number 807, the Costello family with Blue Haven sitting in C. In second, we have 818, and that's Anna Livingston with Ted Hugh, Sweet Caroline. And the third summer in third, we have 814, and this is Michael Holmes with Ray Keep Coming. In fourth, we have 819, CJ Merrick with Bristol 4. Fifth is 824, Darren Warwick with Marino Supermodel. And in sixth, we have 823, and that's Lorraine Roberts with Rella Gypsy Rose Lee.
And in the section B starting class, we have a result, and the winner here is number 556. Matt and Cecilia Olson with Henriette Derek Law. In second is number 557, Lynn Wilson with Warsaw, Colorado. In third is number 550, Dean Evans with Minden Replica. Fourth is number 555, Amy Duncan with Waxwell Gloss. In fifth is number 549, Answer with Answer Broadcard. And sixth is number 554, Warren Smoke with Focus Geronimo. So show your appreciation in the section B ring for the stallion, for the winning stallion there, Henriette Derek Door, followed by Walton, Colorado, and then Amy Replica. Conrad Federal with Harry Greenball and the Spartanay at there. And some of the line out at Ben Campuriak, Doro White, and then Lord Cymru at there. We are now moving on in the section B's to the male championship, and they are competing for a Welsh Football Club Society gold medal and the Helene Perpetual Trophy.
Now, coming into the ring, we will finish the showers in hand, and then we'll go on to the championship for the driven heavy horse. If you've ever been down to the heavy horse village, well worth the visit this year, you'll spend an hour in picture for their trunk, and the man here, the man who went to go. Just the day we come to the van at the storm of the small one. We have the final, the heavy horse turner competition, and this is the championship. And this is the, well, that's the champion Rosette, and £50 to the winner. Reserve receiving £125, and the championship has been kindly sponsored by Mr. Reese Griffiths, Carnarvon Ambassador 2025.
And winning the championship in the Welsh Park Bred is number 1390, Sandy Anderson, the Stallion, Thistledown, Harper Royale. So, many congratulations all the way from Cambridge. So, it's been a good journey for you to come here today and winning the overall championship in this section. And in reserve is the Young Stock Champion, number 1323, and that's Denise Cox of Albi Cortez, all the way from Lancashire. So again, travelled across the border into Wales, into the Royal Welsh Show. So many thank you and our congratulations. So please, people sitting there in the grandstand, show your appreciation for the wonderful animals that are coming this morning, and the wonderful display of the Welsh Breed here. So if you can show your appreciation in
go down Harper Royale. So from the Academy now here. And I would just like to say, as we conclude, we thank the judge of this morning, Mr. Henry Williams, and we see Geoff Malgani and the Nandi Adama and also the students who presented in line there as well. So Geoff Malgani is still up there.
In the section ceiling, we have results in Special 67, which is the best goal. Many congratulations to the winning Philly goal, the Simply Special 67, and this is number 807, the Costello family with Blue Healing City 50. And in doing so, they received a Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Special Request and the Turkey Trophy, kindly donated by the Turkey. And also, Blue Healing City 50 takes Special 68, the Edith Raps Pennington Memorial Award, and the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Special Request, kindly given by Spring's Hughes and family and friends in memory of Mrs. Edith Raps Pennington. So that's Special 68 for the best field goal. So many congratulations to the Costello family for their success. And the reserve award for the best goal goes to the second prize field goal. From the Hefyd, the reserve best goal is number 818, and that is Anna Livingston with Ted Hughes Sweets Caroline. Felly, ffordd i enllwyr yn ystod gyda'r chwilion, ac mi fyddwn ni felly yn symud ymlaen yn yr acranech i un o'r uchafbwyntiau sef y bencampwriaeth benywau. So we're now at the section ceiling, which is by the Members Centre, to move on to Special 69, which is the female championship.
Now, on the right-hand side of the ring, we have the championship for the heavy horse, juvenile heavy horse. We saw the singles and the in-hand they were on. Now we're going on to the championship. And this is kindly sponsored by Mr. Reece Griffith of Carnarvon Ambassador of 2025. And we're really grateful to Reece also for initiating the development of the heavy horse village that you see down the other side of the horse race. One being there, and I went to the again, 21 country, Trump, the referee of the Sharan, to that bottle, and I went to the man who now, the being here, Mr. Coffin, our judge, Mr. Coffin, has been with us all week. He lives in Derbyshire, originally from the south of England. His father and grandfather were champions of plough matches and driving. David began with turning out his father's team and started driving competitively at age 15. He has competed extensively and won extensively. He began working for major breweries, progressing to head driver and head horseman in the breweries. He owned all facilities and teams of past breweries. So we're very grateful to Mr. Coffin, David Coffin for turning up and looking at these today. Now then, if I can explain something to you with the spectacle in front of you, you have different turnouts. You have, on the right-hand side, pairs of horses, and then on the left-hand side, you have singles. And all of these are winners in the classes that came through during the week. So there's class 312, 313, 314, 315, and 316. So these are the winners. And now they're actually competing for the champion, Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Champion Present for 2025. Siarad bod yn dyrcyffolau, mae cyffolau trwm yn y wahanol depth. We have heavy horses of different types. I'll ask you to think yourselves, can you see some Shires there? Some Shire horses, traditional horses, used for heavy work in the British Isles over the period. Can you see some Clydesdales there? Those Clydesdales are heavy horses that were used traditionally developed in Lanarkshire in Scotland, but are very, very popular for the heavy work. Can you see an American Belgian draft horse? These are about the largest horses available, and in fact, one of the largest horses at the moment is a Belgian draft on the planet, typically standing at 17 hands weighing roughly 2,000 pounds. And the current world record holder, the world's tallest horse, is Big Jake, a Belgian who resides in Smoky Hollow Farm in Wisconsin, and he's an amazing 20 hands, 2.5 centimeters high. Quite something. All of these are 70 hands high and more, and they are called often gentle giants. So the judge, Mr. Coffin, David Coffin, has asked these vehicles now to walk around, trot around, and we will try and bring them into the law. So the money there, the judge ar y tîm cyfle na cyfle gwirionedd, mae yna cyfle Clydesdale, mae yna effyr American Belgian na, a wedyn mae yna effyr gwyrdd arall. So have a look at these are the heavy horse breeds traditionally in Britain. We also have a Suffolk Punch for the women this year. So there we have them going round. We have the Shires, the Clydesdales, and various others.
And in the middle of the main ring, in the section B, we have a race champion. The 2025 Royal Welsh race champion is the 5 pound 6, the stallion Henriette Berry-Wall, accompanied on Matt and Cecilia Olsen. The winning Welsh Pony Top Society Gold Medal and the Hilly Perpetual Trophy. And the reserve then goes to the 3-year-old colt, 450, Sandy Anderson, Kristen Dow, Madison. Dyna ni felly am bwynt y gyrwaid yn yr adranfa yn y sioe yn Hwnnw Eleri yn ddigol mae Henriette Berry-Wall o Eiddo, Matt a Cecilia Olsen yn tipio drws gilydd yn ennill medal air Cymdeithas y Meddwl a'r Cofiau Cymreig.
Now then, as they come in, the judge, Mr. David Coffin, will look at them again. And it's the first time we've had these driven exhibits of this number in Royal Welsh. And that's grateful really to the Carnarvon, Post County, and especially the Carnarvon Ambassador. Water was pen I Sir Gaernarfon, ond wedi I Rhys Griffith, yw Christiana, y gymdeithas eleni, a mae gyda'r ffrindiau wedi trefnu a wedi sicrhau bod yn ddysgiad cryf o ceffylau trwm sy'n gweithio eleni. If you really want to see a spectacle, walk down to the Heavy Horse Village. You can speak to all these guys, you can touch all these horses, and you can speak to all the horses as well. It's well worth a visit. The sponsor for the Shire Horse and Special Vehicle was the General Secretary of the late Mrs. Miles Jones, who put this in memory related of the moment covering the payments of the section. We have to for sponsorship. Now, Wedi cyffredin i gofyn, ti'n meddwl yn mas o roi sioe iddo fe. Sioe yn rôl yw gwneud cerdded, trotian a wedi ceis bwyd. Yn dangos iddo fe bod y ceffylau yma'n gallu gweithio yn y cyffredin yn cynnig. These horses must be able to work in front of the judge. You can have very pretty horses, you can have very nice looking horses, but they have to do their work in front of the judge. And Mr. Coffin is looking at how well these examples work in front of the judge.
Dyma ni felly ganlyniad yn yr adran F. Our judge, Steve Morgan, in the section C, has come to a decision in the female championship. And we welcome Nigel Flanagan back to ring to present the awards on behalf of Loxley solicitors. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn i'r bencampwr Ben White and Michelle Eleni. Many congratulations to the female champion in section C this year, and this is number 766. Gordon Bobster with Canidan Welsh Lady. Felly, gasefradu hun sydd yn un hi yn y bencampwriaeth Ben White heddiw yn yr adran F, llongyfarchiadau mawr i Rydfa Godefo gyda Canidan Welsh Lady. And in winning the female championship, he takes away the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Championship rosettes and the Welsh Pony Cob Society gold medal. And the reserve female championship, or the champion, goes to the winner of the senior Baron Mayor of Elgin class. And the many congratulations to Ben Orchard, number 733 in the catalogue, with Aberkeeping Lady in red. So, showing appreciation for the Section C female champion, Canidan Welsh Lady, property of Roderick Oxford. And following reserve by Ben Orchard's Aberkeeping Lady in red. And we will see both mares back in the ring following completion of the male classes for the overall championship. But we will now be moving on to class 70, which is the stallion 4 to 7 years old in section C. Felly mi fyddwn ni gweld dwy desyn dychwelyd yn cylch ar gyfer y brif mewncampwriaeth yn yr adran, ond ydym yn symud ymlaen nesaf i ddosbarth 70, sef y dosbarth ar gyfer stalwini 4 a 7 mlwydd oed.
It's interesting to see where these heavy horses have come from. Down in front of you here, we have an example from Dumfries and Galway, Scotland. We have an example from Hampshire in England. We have an example from Kent in England. And we have an example from Midlothian in Scotland. So the Scottish crew that are coming down to support the Welsh Royal Agricultural Society show this year with grateful for. So, what have we seen earlier on? We saw the Shires going out and giving a show. We saw the Clydesdales from Scotland coming out and show. Then we saw the American Belgian coming and show. And then we see the Anima also giving a show. So what will happen next in this section, once the judge, specifically Coffins, the auditor bit, he'll bring them back into a row and ask them then most probably to go round for last look at the district. And most probably then will bring in the exhibits, and then they'll have the decision which one is the champion, was it for Competitive Horse 2025. So the moment they can find out what's coming after, I think Robin will review, I will be even better than that, see if you can refer after my work. Now then, as they come around, this will probably be the last chance to make a decision. If you're on the ring side and you are the judge, which one do you think will be the Royal Welsh Heavy Horse Driving Exhibit Champion for this year? These are all the winners from the classes and major decision. So David Coughlin now is coming to his final division and to the year and
So we have one thing to Australia, and we have one American, Belgium, and Italy. Many days after the Patagonia made, last minute before the decision was made.
Don't forget that he's already inspected these in the collecting ring, and I expect him here again. So what we've got is multi-layered inspections of the turnouts. Everything must be in its place, everything must be correct, but then the way the animal works with the carriages and does its work is important also. And most likely more important. Preliminary eliminate. The championship here will be the Rosette. £250 winner, and the reserve gaining £125. The championship has been kindly sponsored by Reese Griffiths, the Carmarthen Ambassador for 2025. And Reese was due to give this presentation, but at the moment he's held up with dignitaries on the show. Don't worry, he'll soon make a decision. You just enjoy the experience once again of his heavy horses. These are the champions of the champions. Mynewch cyfle i gyffro ar y dosbarth arbennig sydd gan hynny.
Dyna ni felly i'r chafbwynt beirniadur a trapper dros 30 o waith caled nes mae gan lewis o bydda Cwrt y Cadno wedi dod i'w chanlyniad olaf. In the section beginning in the middle of the main ring. After 2 days of judging, Megan Lewis has come to a final decision and winning the Point More Perpetual Trophy. The Royal Welsh Championship presents is the male champion number 556, Matt and Cecilia Olsen with Kenya Daring Door. And reserve goes to the youngster champion number 450, Sandy Anderson with Christendale Madison. We're now going to be looking at the company to go out in the last night. John Conrad, the Airport Lewis, having won the Oscar debut, but of course, the skill of the next is anyway, heavily good and the Val and Harry Stratton, and Kate and Atlanta. So thank you very much to our judge, Ms. Megan Lewis, from the Cwrt y Cadno for the work today and yesterday, and also a big thank you to our stewards for keeping order in the section B ring over the last 2 days. And congratulations again to the section B champion, the 2025 Royal Welsh Show, Kenya Daring Door, the property of Matt and Cecilia Olsen. And reserve the 3-year-old colt, Sandy Anderson's Christendale Madison.
Now for the championship for the head horse, the first prize, £150, and champion for RWS Champion Presents goes to number 2234, which is JJ Shires from Kent. The second prize goes to 2210, it's a noble from the Yoga. Third prize then goes to 2232, David Nolan from Hampshire. And then the fourth prize goes to 2239, Hugh Ramsey from Prince and Darwin. I'm sure you'll agree it's been a terrific turnout for these heavy horses. The amount of work that goes into turning it out of this level is quite spectacular. We've spend another prize was made at the first of the award for the show where he won. The presentations were made by the senior students of our horse, Henry Colby, with grateful for his work, and also we're grateful to Reese Griffiths, who actually sponsored this event and organized the award.
There we are, the section beginning. Show your appreciation and give a big Royal Welsh congratulations to the section B champion, Kenya Daring Door, and reserve Christendale Madison.
Now, there's one more bravo, and the guy from Filema, ewch ar ôl pentre, electro, lawr ar ochr arall i'r cyrch y cyffredin. Bydd hyn yn ôl na mewn eiliad yn dod. and Ystod Penmaen. If you wish to see more of the heavy horses and talk to the owners, please go down to the Heavy Horse Village, the other side of the horse ring, and you can talk to the owners and have a look at people working on these horses. It's a very spectacular area to be in. I'm sure you would not be able to wish to this out in this particular year of the show. Domani in different portfolios in the name of the Master, not Clientele Master, not Belgian or American Master, and So the presentation made by Nancy Tobias, who is senior student Royal Box, and the presentation of the prize money was offered by Mr. Rees before the presentation facility. Just interesting facts about the four-wheel vehicles. You can see actually they were probably with the Edwardian and Victorian period were out for long days delivering. Underneath them, as they take off now, you can see a bucket for water and also more food. Now they go around, you can take a round of applause. The vehicles are the work. Thank you all, the Heavy Horse teams for coming to the show this year. It's been quite a spectacle and we appreciate it and the crowd appreciates it. And it's good to have the American and Belgian here also. So, if you wish to follow me down, go down to see the Heavy Horse Village. Not loud around a picture of the show. And eat with the photography in the Thank you very much for David Cochran for his work during the week. It's been a long week, but it's been very successful for these groups of horses and trains.
Diolch yn fawr iawn i ti, Alan. Dwi'n bod yn ddiddorol yna. Felly, wrth i'r cynhadro fynd, am sefyll A dyna cloi y secsiwn Ceffylau Gwedd yma bore yma. Felly y gwelwch yn dod yn fewn i'r prifgerdd nawr. Ydy Meirion Owen a'i gweld papurni, ond wrth gwrs I defaid y defaid. Felly wrth iddo rhoi hwnna'n yn y le yn honno y cyrff o Ffrainc I Manne. Wrth gwrs, sawl yn hynny chi diarfer a Meirion a tîm yn y sioe yn hynny yn siŵr. Lots of you, I'm sure, familiar with Meirion and his team in the Royal Welsh Show. This year, of course, not his ducks, but his sheep. For those of you that perhaps have seen him for the first time, he is the third generation involved with training and competing with his sheepdogs. As his father, late father and grandfather were excellent sheepdog trainers and competitors themselves. He does run training classes for farmers and smallholders. And of course, you see him a lot around the shows in Wales and beyond. Meirion himself started competing at the age of 9 and has achieved considerable success over the years, being a past Welsh national champion, captaining the Welsh team in international competitions, and also being on 3 series of the BBC One Man Lighthouse Dog show. These days, time away with demonstrations doesn't allow Meirion as much time to compete, but we're very glad to have him here with his display once again in the Royal Welsh Show. You may well have seen him on the TV or radio, things like The One Show, Countryside, Songs of Praise. He's also a regular contributor on ITV's Every Weekend with Titchmarsh. So on this particular occasion, as we still have our in-hand classes going on down one end of the main ring, Meirion will not be inviting the children into the ring. If you do wish to join us in the main ring with Meirion, he will be back with us at 6 o'clock this evening. So please just let the little ones know that on this occasion, as we're still showing the horses going the other end of the main ring, they won't be invited to join us, but Meirion, I'm sure, will talk us through what demonstrations he has to us shortly.
Well, welcome to the top side of the grandstand, and it's a pleasure and honour to once more be invited back to the Royal Welsh Show. And perhaps in the programme there's the Clack Pack, but unfortunately due to Adrian's being restrictions, we've been unable to bring him along. But we've brought a flock of sheep, and in the ring is Helen of a sheepdog. And it's a 2-year process to get the sheepdog fully trained to at one man and his dog standard. And well, I'll ask the question, who's watched One Man and His Dog over the years? Hands up. Yes. Well, I've been very, very fortunate over the years to be involved in 3 different series. And well, my series I was involved by One Day White Sheep. I won because you were so kind. I went on to the semi-final, won the semi-final. You were getting there. Got to the final. Should have been very bad adjudication in the final. We lost deservedly. Not an element of when you could be 1-year-old sheep on the day's competition over. I've been on this the night before, it doesn't help. But don't you have enough day? But we've had literally success. I've been very, very fortunate being past national champion of Wales and captain of Wales in international sheepdog trials. So we will leave Helen off the lead for a second and just show you basically how the dogs work. And as the horse is there, you can keep penning the pen in a second. When I say bye, the dog will go clockwise. So when she was about 5-6 months, she goes, right, I just kept repeating, bye, she go down to the head, bye, let's stop there, stand. Away. She goes anti-clockwise. Away. And again, when we train, hanging off my neck is our checkers or silk. She stops. She goes clockwise. She goes anti-clockwise. So it's a 2-year process to train the sheepdog to that one man is not champion. So these days, it's always good demand for checkers, farmers for a good trained sheepdog. So where do you find a trained sheepdog? We're not on the Amazon website. Pre-COVID, we have sheepdog auctions around the country. Skipton Yorkshire, Lands in Scotland, Bass Heritage Wales. 20-30 dogs rented. You give a display of the auction in the dog was sold. COVID came along. Shepherds and farmers needed dogs. So one of the auction houses started online town auctions. You video it on the phone, send the videos to the auction house, they compile them together. Sale is next Monday evening, we watch it and you can see my names in the 20. So at 6 o'clock with your PC, laptop, phone, you can bid per £100 bid. Last year, a world record price was paid for a sheep. So I'm going to start this in for the grandstand. What do you think is a world record price? These 3 girls there, the ladies there. What do you think is a world record price for a sheep? Yes. Give me a figure. 5,000. What's the start? Who thinks a dog was sold more than 5,000? Yes. The lady there. 50. We get to somewhere now. Who thinks a dog was sold more than 50? 1, 2, 5. Anybody thinks the dog was sold more than 125,000? A gentleman there. 250. Right, your last. Do you think anybody's dog was sold more than 250? Right. Come and join me for a second. Give this gentleman a huge, huge clap.